national anthem.
Has anybody ever done that? Marking out a song after that?
Mr. Clerk, call the roll.
Barnett, Barrett, Blackman, Blackwell, Blunt, Boyd, Branning, Bryan, Butler, Carter, Kaufman, Chazanall, Chisholm, DeBar, Delano, England, Fillingame, Frazier, Harkins, Hill, Hobson, Horn, Jackson of 11th, Jackson of 32nd, Johnson, Jordan, Kirby, McCollum, McDaniel, McLendon, McMahon, Michelle, Moran, Norwood, Parker, Parks, Pope, Seymour, Simmons of the 12th, Simmons of the 13th, Sojourner, Sparks, Suber, Tate, Thomas, Thompson, Turner, Ford, Whaley, Wiggins, Williams, Witherspoon, Younger. Mr. President, a quorum is present.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Ladies and gentlemen of the Senate, will the senators and guests in the gallery please rise for the invocation to be given, followed by the Pledge of Allegiance. The invocation today is by Senator John Polk and the pledge by Senator Chad McMahon. Senator Polk.
Thank you, Mr. President. Last Friday, Senator England pointed out Isaiah 6:8, which is, "Here am I, send me." Well, I think most of us have gotten past that point. God either picked us and said, quit fussing, go ahead and do something. Or you yourself understood that Mississippi needed a good public servant and you put yourself out there. But for whichever reason it was, we're here. And I think that now that we're here, we need to claim a verse that was written by Paul when he was in jail. He wrote it to the church at Philippi, and he was either in jail in Rome or maybe Ephesus. But at that time, Philippians 2:3-4 says, "Do nothing out of selfish ambition or vain conceit. Rather, in humility, value others above yourselves, not looking to your own interest, but each of you to the interest of others." Let that be our prayer. Pray with me, please. Heavenly Father, you gave us the Holy Spirit to speak to us. I pray today that each time we have a decision to make to influence what happens in Mississippi and for her people, we remember this verse. In Jesus' name I pray, amen.
Amen.
Please pledge with me. Ready, salute, pledge. I
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay. Reading of the journal, Senator Blackwell.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move to dispense with the reading of the journal.
Dispense with the reading of the journal. Method of petition, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. President, there are none.
Committee report, Senator Blackwell.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move to dispense with the reading of the committee reports.
Introductions of bills and resolutions, Senator Blackwell.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move to dispense with the reading of the bills and resolutions.
Introduction of guests by senators. Are there any guests? Okay. All right. Next, Seeing none, we'll go to the calendar of the day, and let me get the calendar. Item 1, Senator Hobson.
Thank you, Mr. President. I ask that we go to item 1 on today's calendar and have the title read.
Please read the title.
House Bill number 1387, appropriation Education Department.
I make the usual motion.
Senator Hobson makes your motion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senator Hobson,
Thank you, Mr. President. I move adoption of the strike all and ask that I be allowed to explain.
please explain. You're recognized.
Thank you. This is our education budget. I've been over this with most of you. In fact, I think we talked about the general number before. This is at LBR, as are all the other budgets, but it does include the teacher pay raise, and the total amount of that teacher pay raise is $51,544,357. That does include the teachers in the VOTEX and through the schools of the deaf and the blind. And this does have reverse repeater. And let me say this, all of the bills, unless I say otherwise today, have reverse repeaters. They will be going to conference. There are some special fund agencies, and I think there's one reappropriate bill that we've got that do not have reverse repeaters. And so those, I will explain them today so that you know that they're essentially, at least from our chamber standpoint, on final passage, assuming the House concurs once we send them back. This does have a reverse repeater. Happy to yield for questions or 2 questions on this measure, Mr. President.
Okay, are there any questions? Oh, Senator Hill, your question?
Thank you. Yeah.
You
This
recognize
is just a
Senator-
general question on all the appropriation bills. I know that we've talked about specific line items in some bills since we, sometimes are surprised by some of these budget notes that we find out later on in the press. Can we have some kind of effort with these appropriation bills as they go into conference to make sure that the legislators know more about where some of this money is going to some of these vendors and things so that we don't find out about it in the newspaper? That's just a concern that we all have, and I have not been able to even get a copy of said budget notes from anywhere. So I've never been able to see them. So that's just a concern that I would ask you to look forward into as we go into the budget. And I realize sometimes we have to do that for clarification, but on the front end, just for transparency purposes, I would appreciate any way that you could clarify more transparency in any of these line items or contracts.
Sure. Thank you, Senator Hill. That's a good point. As you know, that many of the agency budgets they're chock full of what we call line items. Now, that doesn't mean necessarily they're going to some outside entity, but each line item specifies where those dollars go, whether it's within the agency or it's some entity that's essentially controlled by the agency. Senator DeBar and I will be working together along with the House to go through those. Last year in the education budget, we cut many of those line items significantly,
Appreciate that.
well, you're welcome. And right now, the draft of what we've got on all these that are going to conference is essentially last year's language, but don't mistake that for the fact that we're looking at those very carefully. And I would encourage you, obviously you're good about that, I would encourage you, if you see something in that line item for this budget or any other one, to let me know or let the subcommittee chair know. Senator DeBar is the subcommittee chair. Let him know as well, because we've already been talking about those some, and we'll continue to talk about those. And in the final process, happy to give you anything that would show you.
I appreciate that, because sometimes it just swallows us up, as far as how much authority these agencies have, and then we come back and, look like the bad guys. So I'd rather us look like the good guys on the front end. So.
Yeah, well, I understand it. And, the budgets are so complicated. And there's, one budget alone could take me an hour to come up and explain.
I know that. I realize that.
So we're looking at, big numbers at this point. But I also, I will say for each of the members here in the Senate, If you've got a concern about any particular line item in a budget, like this one or any others, feel free to reach out to me or the subcommittee chair to express that. And that's the way.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Hill.
Senator Barrett, do you have a question?
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. President.
You yield, Senator Barrett.
I yield, Mr. President.
Senator Barrett.
Mr. Chairman, House Bill 1047 did away with the cap to school nurses. I think it may have allowed for 6 other nurses at least to be paid some additional funds. Does this take that into account?
Right now, it does not, but that, those funds, that's the, essentially the board certified for the nurses and the trainers. Is that the bill that you're referencing?
Yes.
Additional funds for those, and I don't know what that's going to be ultimately, how much money is going to be in that, but we'll need to find out. Corbin, do we have a fiscal note on how many that is? Okay, yeah, the funds are in there. Apparently, they're not utilizing all the funds right now, so there's enough in there to pay for that. Thank you.
Senator Jordan, do you have a question?
Thank you, Mr. President. To the chairman, is there anything
Do you yield, Senator Jordan?
I yield. Yes, sir.
Senator Jordan.
Yes. Is there any resources in this bill for teacher assistant, any money for teacher assistant?
Yes, sir. That includes the teacher assistant pay, and as you know, we've already passed the teacher pay raise and the assistant pay raise. So those funds are recognized in that $51.5 million increase. That includes the teacher assistants.
Yeah, and that make the teacher assistant pay, what, 15,000?
15,000 even. Yes, sir. That's
Okay.
it's a $1,000 pay raise for the teacher assistants.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator Jordan.
Senator Blunt, do you have a question?
Thank you, Mr. President.
Do you yield to Senator Blunt for a question?
I yield to my desk mate.
Senator Blunt.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. 3 questions that I think are going to be relevant to all the budgets that we're dealing with.
Right.
First is the fact that we're ahead of collections in FY21 and what impact that might have on this budget or any of the other budgets. And I think we're about $500 million ahead for this year. Can you talk about money from the current fiscal year and how it might be used to adopt the final budget for next year?
We are about $500 million ahead. Of course, keep in mind that we pushed roughly $250 million of last year's tax collections into this year. So we start with that process that, you know, when you're looking year over year, I would say, I would look at it more like a 250, maybe a little bit over $250 million increase. Everybody was guessing at what the number of taxes were pushed forward into fiscal year 2021 because some people pay their taxes at the end of fiscal year 2020. So there's really no way to know how much of that is, you know, to have an exact number. But having said that, keep in mind that we put forward last year a significant amount of capital expense funds into the budget, one-time funds, 85 million of which went to Medicaid. We took care of some late deficits last year. I don't remember exactly how many, 10, 12, $15 million. And we also had some, you know, rainy day funds, $55 million that we pulled out of the budget to help supplement the budgets for this current year, fiscal year 2021, to make sure the cuts weren't any worse. So having said all that, the difficulty here is replacing some of those one-time funds with general funds, and that's, I'm struggling in my mind with that every day is how are we going to do, because it's good to have that excess money that we're going to be able to utilize to plug some holes. As I've talked about before, corrections is one area where I know that there are some holes that have to be plugged. That is one-time money. I mean, they may have some recurring expenses too, but trying to measure that and make sure, for instance, like in education, these pay raises that we're giving, that's recurring. So we really need general funds. This can't be a one-time plug into a pay raise for teachers, because we're going to give that, you know, my expectation and hope and belief clearly is that we're going to give that pay raise forever and ever. I don't think we're ever backing up on that pay raise. or anybody else's pay raise. So we've got to have recurring revenue for that. So that factors in all of this.
And what is, second part is, what is the current estimate for FY '22?
5.7.
Or in terms of growth, not the exact figure. Are we projecting any growth for next year, or flat, or what?
Well, actually, based on the December number, we were actually down, well, I shouldn't say that. We were actually slightly up, but when I pulled out of you take out the one-time funds, we were actually down on the expectations for budgets, the cuts in the various budgets. I think it was 1-point-something%. Now, my hope is JLBC will be meeting soon, so we'll take a look at what revenue estimates are. And who knows, maybe the revenue estimates the revenue we're seeing right now will show us. The economist and the revenue commissioner and others may look at that and say, we're trending in the right direction. They may look at it and say, we have a lot of one-time funds coming in from some of the federal packages that were passed last year. It's probably anybody's guess at this point, and this is kind of why this is such a weird time. It's a strange time to be doing this, and certainly in my seat, hard to really forecast what is, permanent growth, what's sustainable, and trying to set a responsible budget for next year and the following years is going to be a bit more of a challenge than it probably was in the past.
And a lot of that reason leads into my third question, and that is the impact of the $1.9 trillion relief package that the president signed last week. And do you have any sense of that money and whether it's going to enter into this appropriations process, or whether we're going to have to come back later to deal with it? Or can you just give us a general update on what the legislature needs to do in this calendar year to deal with that new act?
I probably don't have any more information than you do at this point.
Okay.
I'm hoping that when I can get through, my focus has been on these House bills for the last several days, and my hope is that when I can finish today, get these bills back out, and some of them ultimately to conference, we'll have a little bit of a downtime, a day or two. It'll still be busy for all of us, but I'll have a little bit of time to look at that and see how much of that's going to affect. I don't anticipate that much of that's going to really affect what we're doing here, but it certainly may have a bearing on and I'm talking about recurring revenue, recurring expenses, but it could have an effect on some one-time issues.
Right.
And so that's going into my thinking of how we handle the one-time expenses that we might have.
Like the Medicaid match, for example. I think in the current budget year, as a result of the CARES Act, that we got a better Medicaid match that frees up, and that's one-time money, obviously, but that frees up, lessens the amount of we have to put into the Medicaid program. And
Sure.
so I'm just wondering, I think we're all wondering whether we're going to have to come back after this to deal with that, because I don't have any information on that massive plan either.
Yeah, I don't. I wish I could help you more on that, but I'm hoping to be able to turn my attention to that here very shortly, to start looking at that and seeing what impact it has. We got a lot of work to do in 2.5 weeks or so. A lot of work to get done on the budget, I can assure you.
Yeah.
The next couple of weeks aren't going to necessarily be a fun time for me.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. President.
Are there any other questions? Okay.
If not, I move option to strike all.
Senator moves adoption of strike all. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. Ayes have it.
I'll move adoption of House Bill 1387 on final passage by using the morning roll call.
Senator requests use from one roll call for final passage. Does anyone object to this procedure? Does anyone wish to be recorded as voting no? Seeing none, please record all present by use of one roll call as voting aye. Senator Hobson, item number 2.
Thank you, Mr. President. What I'd like to do now is move to take up in block items 2 through 10, also 14, 16, 17, 18, 23, 25, 39, 42, 43, 44, 45, 46, 48, and 49.
Okay, Senator, would you like to go ahead and do 2 through 10 and then skip down and do the others, or do you want to do them all at once?
I can, but I'd prefer to go ahead and take all of them up just so we can get those out of the way. And obviously, if any pull or set aside any of those bills, I'm happy to do so.
Okay, Senator's request. Senator Blunt, you have a question before I make a motion?
Thank you, Mr. President. If the motion is to take all of those items up in block, I would ask that item number 16 be set aside and not be taken up in block, please.
16 will be set aside. So Senator's request is we take up items 10 and then 14, 17, 23, 25, 39, 42, 43, 45, 46, 48, and 49. Is anyone else?
Also, item, I think 23, did you get that one?
Yes, sir. 23, 25, 39. Yes.
14, 17, 18, 23, 25?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
All right. Senator Bryan, do you wish to set one aside also?
I would like to set aside items 4 and 6.
So items 4 and 6, or did you say 4 through 6? 4 and 6?
4 and 6.
4 and 6 will be set aside, along with 16. All right, anyone else wish to set one aside? Senator Suber? Did you accidentally punch your button there? Oh, Senator Bryan?
Mr. President, I'm wrong. And fortunately, someone told me I was wrong. I do not wish to set aside item 6. I wish to set aside item 8.
Items 8, 4 and 8, by Senator Bryan. Okay. Okay. Senator Hill, did you wish to set one aside?
Number 2.
Number 2. So 8 and 16. All right, anyone else? Senator McCon?
43.
Oh, there he is. I couldn't see him. 43. 43 will be set aside.
43.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay, so we should read, at this point, should read the titles of those items that are not set aside.
Yes, as we read the titles, the matters that have been
There you
moved to be
go.
put up in block, taken in block.
Please read the titles.
House Bill number 1390, Appropriation Library Commission. House Bill number 1382, Appropriation Capital Post-Conviction Counsel Office. House Bill number 1378, Appropriation District Attorneys and Staff. House Bill number 1383, Appropriation State Public Defender Office. House Bill number 1379, Appropriation Insurance Department. House Bill number 1380, Appropriation Fire Academy. House Bill number 1399, Appropriation Rehabilitation Services Department. House Bill number 1389, Appropriation Arts Commission. House Bill number 1394, Appropriation Grand Gulf Military Monument Commission. House Bill number 1408, Appropriation Tom Bigby River Valley Water Management District. House Bill number 1413, Appropriation Transportation Department. House Bill number 1396, Appropriation Public Service Commission. House Bill number 1392, Appropriation Environmental Quality Department. House Bill number 1395, Appropriation Oil and Gas Board. House Bill number 1404, Appropriation Soil and Water Conservation Commission. House Bill number 1393, Appropriation Wildlife, Fisheries and Parks Department. House Bill number 1381, Appropriation Legislative Expenses. House Bill 1310, Appropriation Public Employees Retirement System.
Mr. President, I think we have messed up on
Yeah,
one there. I think 14 is supposed to be pulled, I'm sorry, 16 is supposed to be pulled off the list, and 14 is supposed to be on it.
okay, well, then we need to read 16, if you would.
You need to remove 16 from the motions and to be taken up a block and add 14.
Is there any objection? Seeing no, did you read?
I did.
Yeah, we.
I did not read 16.
Well, he wants
No.
16. You want 16 and take out 14, is that correct?
Okay. They say they've got, I thought I heard archives and history being read.
Okay, all right.
And that one is not.
All right, well, the motion is to suspend the rules first. I don't know that we did that. Suspend the
I
rules to
move
take
suspend
those
the
items
rules
in
to
block.
take up those items in block in that order.
All right, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes have it now.
Now make the usual motion.
Senator makes usual motion. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes have it.
Now move
Senator Hobson.
adoption to strike all.
Senator moves adoption of the strike-all. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senator Hobson. There we go.
Thank you, Mr. President. And the items, if anybody's got any questions about the items, hopefully each of you still have your worksheets. If you don't, certainly we can get some for you. If you've got any questions about the general fund amount in each of these bills, I can explain that. If you want to ask any questions about any, at this point, I'll pause for a moment to see if anybody's got any questions about general fund amounts on any of those.
Are there any questions? And so the motion is?
The motion is adoption by use of the morning roll call.
Final adoption by use of the morning roll call. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. Oh, yeah, does anyone object to this procedure? Does anyone wish to be recorded as voting no? Seeing none, please record all present by use of the morning roll call as voting aye. Thank you, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President. Now I'll
Next
move
item.
to item 2 on today's calendar and ask that the title be read.
Call up item number 2, House Bill 1388. Please read the title.
House Bill number 1388, appropriation, Educational Television Authority for.
Senator
Make the
Hobson.
usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senator Hobson.
Move adoption of the strike all and ask that be recognized.
Recognized to explain.
Thank you. This is the Educational Television Authority. The total amount of general funds is $3,811,426. Total amount of all, $10,709,982. Yield for questions.
Are there any questions? Seeing no
There are
questions.
none. I move adoption of the strike all.
Senator Hobson moves adoption of the strike all. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes have it. The strike all is adopted. Senator.
Now I'll move adoption of House Bill 1388 by use of the morning roll call.
Senator, Senator requests use of morning roll call. Does any senator object to this procedure? Does anyone wish to be recorded as voting no? Senator Hill wishes to be recorded as voting no. Please record all others present by use of the morning roll call as voting aye. Senator Hobson.
Thank you, Mr. President. I ask that we go to item 4 on today's calendar and have the title read.
Please read the title.
House Bill number 1385, appropriation, Attorney General.
Make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senator Hobson.
Thank you. I move adoption of the strike all and ask that be allowed to explain.
Please explain.
This is the Attorney General bill. The total amount of general funds is $20,623,323. Total amount of all funding, $27,086,166. This, again, all these are at LBR. Happy to yield for questions.
Are there any questions? Seeing none, Senator, you'd like to make a motion to adopt?
We adopt the strike all.
Motion is adopt the strike all. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senator Hobson.
Move adoption by number 1385 by use of the morning roll call.
Senator Bryan.
I
You have a
object.
question? Object to the use of the morning roll call, Senator Bryan, call the roll.
Barnett, Barrett, Blackman, Blackwell, Blunt, Boyd, Branning, Bryan, Butler, Carter, Kaufman, Chazanall, Chisholm, DeBar, Delano, England, Fillingane, Frazier, Harkins, Hill, Hobson, Horn, Jackson of the 11th, Jackson of the 32nd, Johnson, Jordan, Kirby, McCon, McDaniel. McClendon. McMahon. Michelle. Moran. Norwood. Parker. Parks. Polk. Seymour. Simmons with 12. Simmons with 13. Sojourner. Sparks. Suber. Tate. Thomas. Thompson. Turner Ford. Whaley. Wiggins. Williams. Witherspoon. Younger. Barnett. Barrett. Blackman. Blackwell. Blunt. Boyd. Bryant. Butler. Carter. Chisholm. Delano. Fillingane. Frazier. Harkins. Horn. Jackson of the 11th. Jackson of the 32nd. Johnson. Jordan. McDaniel. Norwood. Simmons of the 12th. Simmons of the 13th. Sojourner. Tate. Thomas. Thompson. Turner Ford. Whaley. Witherspoon.
We have two people with the lights
Voting yes or yay. Barrett, Blackman, Blackwell, Blunt, Boyd, Branning, Kaufman, Chazanall, DeBar, Delano, England, Frazier, Harkins, Hill, Hobson, Jackson of the 11th, Johnson, Jordan, Kirby, McComb, McDaniel, McClendon, McMahon, Michelle, Moran, Norwood, Parker, Parks, Polk, Seymour, Simmons of the 13th, Sojourner, Sparks, Suber, Tate, Thomas, Turner Ford, Wiggins, and Younger.
Senator Barnett, did your buttons punch? Did you? Evidently. Barnett,
Yes, to the vote, Mr. President.
where are you? Oh, there you are. I was looking at Barrett, I'm sorry. Senator Barnett,
To the vote.
yes, you recognize.
I didn't hear my name on the second, and I'd like to be recorded as voting aye.
Please record Senator Barnett as aye. Senator Whaley,
To the vote.
you're recognized. For the
I vote aye.
Senator Whaley as aye. Senator Williams.
To vote, sir, for the third time.
For the
Aye.
vote aye, okay. Senator Williams is aye. Now, has everyone voted? We have more. Senator Thompson, you recognize.
To the vote.
You recognize to the vote?
I vote aye.
Vote aye. And Senator Butler,
To the vote, Mr. President.
you recognize.
I vote aye.
Vote aye. Gosh. Okay. Anyone else wish to vote or change their vote? Please vote on.
Senator Chisholm.
Senator Hill, did you have a question before we announce the vote? Senator Hill, did you have a question before we announce the vote?
Accidentally.
Accidentally, okay. By a count of 45 yeas and 0 nays, the bill is passed. Okay, Senator Hobson,
Thank you, Mr. President. I ask that we go to item 8 on today's calendar and have the title read.
please read the title.
House Bill number 1384, appropriations, Supreme Court, Court of Appeals, and Trial Judges Services.
I make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senator Hobson,
I move adoption of the strike all and ask that I be allowed to explain.
you're recognized to explain.
Thank you. The total amount on the Supreme Court actually is broken into several budgets. Supreme Court services of general fund, $6,540,186. Total, $7,477,656. The trial judges, $26,029,937. General funds, total of $30,222,305. AOC, the Administrative Office of Courts, general funds, $10,272,566, or a total of $37,623,756. CLE, all special and other funds, $149,338. Court of Appeals, $4,140,168 of general funds, and $5,729,024 of all funds, and the Board of Bar Admissions, all special funds is other funds, $346,100. And that's all of the bills that are, all of the areas that are comprised under the Supreme Court bill, which is listed as House Bill 1384. And everything else is LBR and last year's language. Happy to yield the questions. There is a reverse repealer in this bill. Hearing none, I move adoption of the strike all.
Oh, Senator, before we adopt, we have an amendment, but first let me ask, are there any questions? Seeing no questions, Senator Bryan, do you have an amendment? You're recognized for an amendment.
I think the amendment's on the screen. It's a very simple amendment. It simply reduces the appropriation for the state Supreme Court by 7/9. I move adoption of the amendment.
Are there any questions on the amendment? Senator Hobson, do you wish to speak on the amendment?
Not understanding the rationale, but I oppose the amendment as presented and would ask you to vote against the amendment.
Okay, the amendment's been offered. All in favor of the amendment say aye. All opposed, no. The noes have it, the amendment has failed. Senator Hobson. Now we move for adoption of the strike all, Senator.
I move adoption of the strike all amendment as presented.
Senator moves for adoption of the strike all amendment. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senator, you're recognized.
I now move adoption of House Bill 1384 by use of the morning roll call.
Senator requests to use the morning roll call for final passage. Does anyone object to this procedure? Senator Bryan. Okay. Call the roll.
Barnett, Barrett, Blackman, Blackwell, Blunt, Boyd, Branning, Bryan, Butler, Carter, Kaufman, Chazanall, Chisholm, DeBar, Delano, England, Fillingane, Frazier, Harkins, Hill, Hobson, Horn, Jackson of the 11th, Jackson of the 32nd, Johnson, Jordan, Kirby, McCon, McDaniel, McClendon, McMahon, Michelle, Moran, Norwood, Parker, Parks, Polk, Seymour, Simmons of the 12th, Simmons of the 13th, Sojourner, Sparks, Suber, Tate, Thomas, Thompson, Turner Ford, Whaley, Wiggins, Williams, Witherspoon, Younger,
Williams said aye. Sparks had said aye too. They got masked on, you can't hear.
okay.
I know it's hard to hear. I can't hear.
Barrett, Blackman, Blackwell, Boyd, Bryan, Carter, Kaufman, DeBar, Gain, Horn, Jackson of the 32nd, Johnson, Suber, Whaley, Witherspoon. Voting yes or yay. Barnett, Barrett, Blackman, Blackwell, Blunt, Boyd, Branning, Butler, Kaufman, Chazanall, Chisholm, DeBar, Delano, England, Frazier, Harkins, Hill, Hobson, Jackson of the 11th, Johnson, Jordan, Kirby, McCon, McDaniel, McClendon, McMahon, Michelle, Moran, Norwood, Parker, Parks, Polk, Seymour, Simmons of the 12th, Simmons of the 13th, Sojourner, Sparks, Suber, Tate, Thomas, Thompson, Turner Ford, Whaley, Wiggins, William, and Younger.
Senator Horn,
To the vote.
you're
I didn't hear
recognized.
my name on the second roll call. I vote aye.
Record, Senator Horn is voting aye. By a vote of 47 yeas, 0 nays, the bill is passed. Senator Hobson.
Thank you, Mr. President. I ask that we go to item 11 on today's calendar and have the title read.
Please read the title.
House Bill number 1377, Appropriation, Real Estate Commission, and Appraiser Licensing and Certification Board.
I make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senator Hobson,
I move adoption of the strike all and ask that I be allowed to explain.
you're recognized to explain.
Thank you, Mr. President. House Bill 1377 has two parts to it. This is the Real Estate Commission and the Appraiser Licensing and Certification Board. They're again, two different budgets on this. One, it's all, no general funds here. For the Real Estate Commission itself, total amount of funding out of special funds is $1 $3,619,223. Included in the changes, and I'm explaining this one because this is one that does not have a reverse repealer. We hopefully can move this along and get it passed. I'm sorry, I gave the wrong number, $1,641,882. This will move on to the House, and hopefully we're all in agreement this can go forward. It does include $5,655 for computer services through DFA, $10,400 for ITS. As most of you know, health insurance premiums have gone up this year. There's a $4,050 increase for health insurance, and the cuts that were made in through LBR were $2,554 for a total increase over LBR of $22,659. And as related to the Real Estate Appraisal Licensing and Certification Board, the total amount is $446,923. This includes a deputy director pin that they needed for an administrative officer. That was $22,427. $810 for health insurance, $21 for the Magic system through DFA, and the restoration of the cuts was $13,371 for a total increase over LBR of $36,629. Again, all this is none of this is general funds. All of this is outside funds and fees through their boards. Be happy to yield the questions, Mr. President. If there are none, I move adoption of the strike all.
Seeing no questions, the senator moves adoption of the strike all. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes have it. Strike all is adopted. Senator Hobson.
I'll move adoption of 1377 by use of the morning roll call.
Senator requests use the morning roll call for final passage. Does any senator object to this procedure? Does anyone wish to be recorded as voting no? Seeing none, please record all present. Roll call is voting aye. Bill's adopted. Senator Hobson.
Thank you, Mr. President. I've moved to item 12 on today's calendar and have the title read, please.
Bill number 1400, appropriation Medicaid division of.
Make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. Ayes have it. Senator,
Move adoption of the strike all and ask that I be allowed to explain.
you're recognized to explain the strike all.
Thank you, Mr. President. I pulled this one aside. This is the Medicaid bill. I've explained this before, I believe, but I wanted to make sure that you understood. This is one of those bills that kind of relates to Senator Blunt's questions earlier about how we had to use the funds last year. We had $85 million in capital expense funds, that one-time funds that we had to use last year to put into the Medicaid budget. That has been pulled out in this budget. It's been replaced with $69 million of general funds and $16 million of capital expense funds, which puts them back to where they were. So it's the numbers are essentially the same. There may have been some minor cuts in there, but they're essentially the same. But the way that we've created their budget, it's very different by using the general funds to replace those capital expense funds to a large degree. This bill does have a reverse repealer, so it will be going to conference, and I will yield for questions.
Are there any questions? Seeing no questions.
If there are none, I move adoption of the strike all.
Senator moves adoption of the strike all. All in favor say aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it. Strike all is adopted. Senator.
I move for final passage by use of the morning roll call.
Senator requests use the morning roll call for final passage. Does anyone object to this procedure? Does anyone wish to be recorded as voting no? Seeing none, please record all present by use of morning roll call as voting aye. The bill is passed. Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President. As we go to item 13 on today's calendar.
Please read the title.
House Bill number 1398, appropriation Human Services Department of.
Senator
Make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senator Hobson.
Thank you. I move adoption of the strike all and ask that I be allowed to explain.
Recognized to explain the strike call.
Thank you, Mr. President. The reason I pulled this bill aside is simply as it relates to the CS language. This Child Protective Services budget is actually through DHS, and while everything here is, excuse me, at LBR, we did reappropriate some funds for CPS. They had started the process of advertising for their new computer system. So those funds will be reappropriated in this bill. Total amount of the DHS portion, general funds, is $65,776,996, and total of all funding for DHS is $1,333,770,121, and the portion of CPS that's in the bill, the general funds are $499,443. Total of all funding for the CPS portion is $229,430,250. I'll yield for questions.
Senator Parker, do you have a question?
Yes, for a question.
You yield, Senator Parker, for a question.
I yield.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I know you and I had some talks about DHS budget as it related to the food bank needs earlier on. And as this process has gone on this year, I know Senate Bill 2221 was passed. We concurred. It went to the governor. He signed it. And it had some language in there that included the food bank. And I don't know that we've set anything aside for that. I know we've had discussions on where we might get that or whether it's been tied up in other kind of things. But as this one goes along, between that and some other resources, can we continue to look at that need and try to find some way to put some funding in there for the food bank?
Absolutely. And as I explained on the first round of the Senate bills, the only changes we made, there are a lot of those kind of things that will be hopefully included in a final product, but only things we did with the teacher pay raise, the reflection of the Medicaid change that I talked about just a few minutes ago, and then initially we put in our action the DPS change from DOT to DPS on the enforcement provision. Everything else we left at LBR and left the old language in there. So the bills that you see before you, again, this is going to conference either way, and that's the kind of stuff that's going to have to be worked out in conference. Number one is what's that going to look like? Because that's a big issue, because there are actually 3 different components to that food problem. And then number 2 is, again, back to Senator Blunt's questions, what's the final number going to look like? Because we got to build the perimeter of the puzzle first, to see what we've got, and then start working within that to make things work. So this is still at the LBR
work in progress. And to that point, what I've learned over being here a few years is sometimes as that process goes along, your job becomes more complicated. And one of the best ways for me to bring attention to an issue like that is to kind of bring it up on the floor so that it just kind of puts it back in the front of our mind. But I appreciate your work on this.
And thank you. And I look forward to working with you, much like Senator Hill's questions earlier. When you see things like that starting very soon, really later this week and next week, y'all need to meet with the subcommittee chairs and with me about those particular items. Thank you, Senator Parker.
Senator Jordan, do you have a question?
Yes, sir, I have a question. Thank you, Mr. President.
You yield, Senator.
Mr. Chairman,
I yield.
the special funds, tell me about it. Those funds are federal dollars?
Federal dollars, grant programs, any measure of funds that they get through outside of the state general funds. And I think, let me check one thing there. I want to see if I don't think either of these agencies get anything through healthcare expendable fund. So no, I think it's going to be all outside the state money.
The special funds, which put it to $130 million, those are the ones that come from out of the state. Those are federal funds.
Right. Like the ones we were just talking about back here were SNAP, TANF, there's one other one, CCBG, not even familiar with that, but TANF and SNAP are 2 of the big ones.
And you think this will lubricate the wheels of that department, make it function better than it does?
I hope so, Senator Jordan. One of the things that I'm working on, as I mentioned with CPS, they've already got something in the works to get a new computer system, which will hopefully make them function better. And I am working with the DHS director. In fact, I think I've got an appointment with him today to talk about their computer system. We need to see what we can do to help them out, because they've got a very outdated computer system.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator Jordan.
See no further questions,
If no
Senator.
other questions, I move
Adoption.
adoption of the strike all.
Senator moves adoption of the strike all. All in favor say aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it. Strike all is adopted. Senator.
Move passage by use of the morning roll call on House Bill 1398.
Senator requests use of the morning roll call for final passage. Does anyone object to this procedure? Does anyone wish to be recorded as voting no? Seeing none, the bill is passed by use of the morning roll calls. Senator Hobson,
Thank you. I ask that we go to item 15 and have the title read.
please read the title.
House Bill number 1401, appropriation, Health Department,
Make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senator Hobson,
Thank you. I move adoption of the strike all and ask that be recognized to explain.
you're recognized to explain the strike all.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Department of Health bill, I just wanted to pull it aside for a couple of reasons. One is there's several components of the bill, including the Department of Health itself, which general funds gets $30,760,155. Total of all funding, $126,340,590. Also, the local governments and rural water, that's all outside funds. That's $34,342,704. The burn care fund, $1 million. And there are some other contractual areas, but my other reason for bringing this up is I just wanted to reflect that Dr. Dobbs and I have spoken about this and some of the needs. We've already done the comp buyback program for Department of Health through the end of this fiscal year. Looking at that as to whether that needs to go for next year, I don't know at this point, but that could come up for discussion as we do a final bill on this. And also, he has requested a significant increase in employees as it may relate to the medical marijuana program as passed. So that's something we've got to look at to see how many new employees will need to be added by the Department of Health to deal with that program and other expenses that may be involved in it. So we did have some change source of the funding, some of the healthcare expendable funds as opposed to and tobacco control funds. That's usually a fixed number of 20 million. That's an explanation. That's why I wanted to bring that bill up, just to explain those few things. If there are no other questions, I move adoption of the strike all.
Seeing no further questions, Senator requests to use the morning. Senator moves that we have adoption of the strike all. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. Ayes have it. Senator Hobson.
I'll move passage of House Bill 1401, use the morning roll call.
Senator requests use the morning roll call for final passage. Anyone object to this procedure? Does anyone wish to be recorded as voting no? Seeing none, please record all present by use of morning roll call voting aye. Senator, the bill's been adopted or passed.
All right, I move to item 16 on the calendar and ask the title be read, please.
Please read the title.
House Bill number 1386, appropriation, Archives and History Department,
Make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senator Hobson.
Move adoption of the strike all and ask to be allowed, recognized to explain.
You're recognized to explain the strike call.
Thank you. Archives and History budget includes $9,036,436 in general funds for a total amount of all funding $365,972. Yield for questions? If there are, I move adoption of the strike all.
Strike all. All in favor say aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it. Strike all is adopted, Senator.
Final passage of House Bill 1386 by, excuse me, use of the morning roll call.
Senator requests use of the morning roll passage. Does any objection, does any senator wish to object? Any senator wish to object to this procedure? Oh, okay. Please record all votes by use of morning roll call voting aye. Sorry, I did say anyone wish to be recorded as voting no, but I'll say it again. Anyone wish to be recorded voting no? Okay. Senator Blunt wishes to be recorded as voting present. Anyone else to the vote? Please record all others by use of one roll calls voting aye. The bill is passed.
Thank you, Mr. President. Ask to
Senator
go
Norwood.
to item 19 on today's calendar and have the title read.
Senator Norwood, did you wish to be recognized before we go to that?
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to introduce the resolution out of order.
You're recognized.
Pro tem.
Go ahead and do that now, then we'll call up the bill again. Senator Norwood. I was waiting for him to get up. Please, Mr. Clerk, please read the title of the resolution.
A resolution commending and congratulating the Jackson State University Lady Tigers women's basketball team and Coach of the Year, Tamika Reed, for winning the Southwestern Athletic Conference SWAC regular season championship in back-to-back years, for winning their first SWAC postseason championship since 2008, and for their appearance in the NCAA March Madness postseason tournament. A resolution commending and congratulating the Jackson State University's Tigers men's basketball team and head coach Wayne Brent for winning the Co-SWAC 2021 regular season championship.
Okay, now, Senator Hobson, if you would, please call that bill in.
Thank you, Mr. President. Go to item 19 and have the title read, please.
Please read the title.
House Bill number 1412, appropriation Marine Resources Department of.
Make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senator Hobson.
Thank you, Mr. President. Move adopt the strike all and ask to be allowed to explain.
You recognize to explain the strike all.
Thank you. Total amount of general funding proposed for the Department of Marine Resources is $1,015,569. Total of all funding is $48,960,476. I bring this bill, the title and this project's in there as well, and that's all special funds. That's $7,349,277. I bring this bill to your attention mainly because of the delay we had last year in the session in getting this resolved, and I have been speaking with DMR and the governor's office about this, and hopes that we're on the right path to getting a resolution as to allowing funds to be available for Go Mesa through DMR and MDA and DEQ to be able to utilize those funds along with specified projects that would be in place that you would have a chance to take a look at. Obviously, we're refunding or allocating money for those projects that are underway, but I don't know what the final product would be, but it'll probably be something where we have something similar to last year, maybe where we've got some money that's readily available and some where we specify the projects, but that's something up for discussion at this point. I'll have to yield to questions at this time, Mr. President.
Are there any questions?
If not, I move adoption of strike all.
Seeing no questions, Senator moves adoption of the strike all. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senator Hobson.
Move passage of House Bill 1412 by use of the morning roll call.
Senator requests use of morning roll call for final passage. Does any senator object to this procedure? Does anyone wish to be recorded as voting no? Seeing none, please record all present by use of morning roll call as voting aye. Senator Hobson.
Thank you, Mr. President. I ask to go to item 20 on today's calendar and have the title read.
Please read the title.
House Bill number 1407, appropriation Port Authority State.
Make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senator Hobson.
Move adoption of strike all and ask to be allowed to explain.
You're recognized to explain the strike call.
This is one of the many bills that will follow that final passage that should go and hopefully will go to the House and won't be back to see us again. Let me explain what's in the bill. The total amount of funding, it's all special funds to the Port Authority at Gulfport, and it's $55,060. This includes restoration of the LBR cut of $81,175. Health insurance, again, you're going to hear that theme as we go through these bills, the increases in the health insurance costs to our agencies. Most of you know that health insurance has increased. It was increased 3% this current calendar year. It'll go up next year. The expectation is 6% next year. So it's going to cost each of these agencies, and we're trying to give them the funds available so that they can pay all of that. That's $10,530 on the Port Authority at Gulfport. We've got other additional authority for equipment of $23,300. Again, other special fund authority for vehicles of $30,000 and $2,400 for some contracts that have to be taken care of for a total amount of $147,405 of restoration of LBR cuts. I'll yield for questions if there are any. If none, I move adoption of the strike call.
Seeing no questions, Senator moves adoption of the strike call. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes have it. Strike call's
Move
adopted.
passage of House Bill 1407 by use of the morning roll call.
Senator requests the use of morning roll call for final passage. Anyone object to this procedure? Does anyone wish to be recorded as voting no? Seeing none, please record all present by the use of the morning roll call as voting aye. The bill is passed.
21 on today's calendar and have the title read.
Please read the title.
House Bill number 1405, appropriation, Pat Harrison Waterway District.
Make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor say aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senator Hobson.
Thank you. You move adoption of the strike call and ask to be allowed to explain.
You recognize to explain the strike call.
Thank you, Mr. President. Special funds make up this budget. They are $5,709,112. Restoration of LBR cuts is $149,488. The health insurance costs are $8,640. There were some vacant pens, so they were reduced $536,192 for a total reduction of all funding of $378,064. Yield for questions. If there are none, I move adoption of the strike call.
Seeing no questions, Senator moves adoption of the strike call. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senator Hobson.
Move passage of House Bill 1405 by use of the morning roll call.
Senator requests use of morning roll call for final passage. Does any senator object to this procedure? Does anyone wish to be recorded as voting no? Seeing none, please record all present by use of the morning roll call as voting aye. Bill is passed. Senator Hobson.
Thank you. Move to House, item 22 on today's calendar and have the title read, please.
Please read the title.
House Bill number 1406, appropriation, Pearl River Valley Water Supply District.
Make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senator Hobson.
Thank you. Move adoption of the strike call and ask to be allowed to explain.
You recognize to explain the strike call.
Thank you. The Pearl River Valley Water Supply District is all special funds. The total amount's $20,237,250. Out of that, there was a restoration of the LBR cut, $486,265. The health insurance costs are $27,810. And there was the first restoration of LBR cuts was on the salary portion. And then the other portion of increases on LBR were $1 million. Okay, yeah, for projects that they've got within the Pearl River Valley Water Supply District for a total increase on LBR of $1,514,075. If there are no questions, I move adoption of the strike call.
Are there any questions? Seeing no questions, Senator Hobson moves adoption of the strike call. All in favor say aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it. Strike call is adopted.
I move passage of House Bill 1406 by use of the morning roll call.
Senator Hobson requests use of the morning roll call for final passage. Any senator object to this procedure? Does anyone wish to be recorded as voting no? Seeing none, please record all present by use of morning roll call as voting aye. The bill is passed. Senator Hobson.
Ask that we move to item 24 on today's calendar. Have the title read.
Please read the title.
House Bill number 1409, appropriation, Yellow Creek State Inland Port Authority.
Make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senator Hobson.
Thank you. Move adoption of the strike call and ask to be allowed to explain.
You recognize to explain the strike call.
Thank you. Again, all special funding here. All of these next several agencies are all special funds. The total amount of funding for the Yellow Creek State Inland Port Authority is $13,168,348. This includes restoration of cuts on the salaries to $210,632, the employee pay raise of $18,758, $4,590 on health insurance, and $985,316 for additional authority for a capital project. They're improving a barge and a rail loading facility for a total increase of their special funds of $1,219,926. If there are no questions, I move adoption of strike all.
Are there any questions? Seeing no questions, Senator moves for adoption, strike all. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senator Hobson.
Thank you. I move passage of House Bill 1409 by use of the morning roll call.
Senator requests use of the morning roll call for final passage. Any senator object to this procedure? Does anyone wish to be recorded as voting no? Seeing none, please record all present by use of the morning roll call as voting aye. Senator Hobson. Bill's passed.
All right, ask that we move to item 26 on today's calendar and have the title read.
Please read the title.
House Bill number 1366, appropriation Barber Examiners Board.
Make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senator Hobson.
Move adoption of strike all and ask to be recognized to explain.
You're recognized to explain the strike all.
Total source of funding for the Board of Barber Examiners is $298,463. This includes $7,052 of restoring a part-time pen, health insurance, $1,620, and $34 for ITS, a total increase over LBR of $8,706. Yield for questions. If there are none, move adoption of strike all.
Seeing no questions, Senator moves for adoption of the strike all. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senator Hobson.
I move passage of House Bill 1366 by use of morning roll call.
Senator requests use of morning roll call for final passage. Any senator object to this procedure? Does anyone wish to be recorded as voting no? Seeing none, please record all present by use of morning roll call as voting aye. Bill is passed. Senator Hobson.
Moving to number 27 on today's calendar and have the title read, please.
Please read the title.
House Bill number 1367, appropriation Cosmetology Board.
Make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senator Hobson.
Move adoption of strike all and ask to be recognized to explain.
You recognize to explain the strike all.
Thank you. The proposed action is all special funds, $829,606. This includes some pay raises within the Board of Cosmetology. It does have restoration of LBR cuts, including restoring 2 pens, $63,485. It adds back a per diem that was left off by accident, $14,400, $3,035 to ITS, $39.24 to MMRS with DFA, $35.10 to health insurance, and the pay raises reclassifications, that's stepping from one level, Title 1, or number 1 classification, you move to number 2. This allows those steps. That total amount is $27,102. Total amount of increase over LBR is $115,456.
Move adoption of the strike all.
Move adoption of strike all.
Thank you. Senator moves adoption of the
Sorry, I didn't hear
strike
you,
all.
Mr. President.
Are there any questions? Senator moves adoption of strike all. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes have it. Strike all is adopted. Senator Hobson.
I move final passage on House Bill 1367 by use of the morning roll call.
Senator requests to use the morning roll call for final passage. Does any senator object to this procedure? Does anyone wish to be recorded as voting no? Seeing none, please record all present by the use of the morning roll call as voting aye. The bill is passed. Senator Hobson.
Move to House Bill 1369 and ask that the title be read.
Please read the title.
House Bill number 1369, appropriation Medical Licensure Board.
Good. I'll make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes has it. Senator Hobson.
I move adoption of the strike call and ask to be allowed to explain it.
You're recognized to explain the strike call.
Thank you, Mr. President. Board of Medical Licensure is total amount $3,604,261. This includes adding a PIN. What they requested was to add a staff attorney. So we took the contractual dollars that they had and swapped it for a PIN for their staff attorney. So that was added at the amount. For fringe and everything was $146,448. That's salary and fringe. The $9,543 was for a PIN for which would include travel and commodities and equipment. Moved, as I mentioned, actually $150,000. So we actually removed slightly more in contractual than we replaced with the funds for the new position. And we fully funded all the PINs. ITS charge was $54,067. The health insurance increase was $6,210. And we have a total increase of all funding over LBR of $228,504 for the Board of Medical Licensure. No questions, I move adoption of the strike call.
Seeing no questions, Senator moves for adoption of the strike call. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes have it. Strike call is adopted, Senator.
Thank you. I move passage of House Bill 1369 by use of the morning roll call.
Senator requests use of the morning roll call for final passage. Does any senator object to this procedure? Does anyone wish to be recorded as voting no? Seeing none, please record all present by use of the morning roll call as voting aye. Bill is passed. Senator Hobson.
Thank you. I'm asked we go to item 29 on the calendar and have the title read.
Please read the title.
House Bill number 1370, appropriation nursing board of.
Make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes have it.
I
Senator
move
Hobson.
adoption of the strike call. Ask that it be allowed to explain.
You're recognized to explain the strike call.
Thank you. Total amount for the Board of Nursing is $5,167,035. This includes the 7 PINs that were restored through LBR cuts. And just for your memory, any PIN that's left vacant for 180 days is automatically taken out at JLBCs. The LBRs can always cut those PINs. Sometimes there's a reason to restore those, and we restored 7 PINs here. We had restoration of LBR cuts for some contractual workers of $47,000. Replacing a vehicle at $25,000. ITS charges were $52,534, and the health insurance increase was $7,830 for a total of $585,715. If no questions, I move adoption of the strike call.
Seeing no questions, the senator moves for adoption of the strike call. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes have it. Strike call is adopted. Senator Hobson.
Thank you. Move passage of House Bill 1370 by use of the morning roll call.
Senator requests use of the morning roll call for final passage. Does any senator object to this procedure? Does anyone wish to be recorded as voting no? Seeing none, please record all present by the use of the morning roll call as voting aye. Bill is passed. Senator Hobson.
As we go to item 30 on today's calendar and have the title read.
Please read the title.
House Bill number 1371, appropriation nursing home administrators board of.
Make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senator Hobson.
Move adoption of the strike call and ask that it be allowed to explain.
You're recognized to explain the strike call.
Thank you. The total amount of funding is $188,693. This included $144 of cuts from LBR, an increase of salary for the executive director of $2,627, $540 for health insurance, and ITS cost of $1,479 for a total increase over LBR of $4,790. Move adoption of the strike call.
Are there any questions? Seeing no questions, the senator moves for adoption of the strike call. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senator Hobson.
Move final passage of House Bill 1371 by use of the morning roll call.
Senator requests use of morning roll call for final passage. Any senator object to this procedure? Anyone wish to be recorded as voting no? Seeing none, please record all present by the use of morning roll call as voting aye. The bill is passed. Senator Hobson.
Ask that we go to item 31 on today's calendar and have the title read.
Please read the title.
House Bill number 1372, appropriation, optometry board of.
Make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed no. The ayes have it. Senator Hobson.
Move adoption of strike call and ask to be recognized to explain.
You recognize to explain the strike call.
Total amount of funding for the Board of Optometry is $173,520. This includes $5,000 for a new licensing system for new license type and preceptors. I think this is related to the changes that we made in the bill as it relates to the optometry practice. I can't remember the bill number, but everybody knows what I'm talking about, I think. $2,000 for the board meeting expense, $10,000 for purchase of eye models and examination for 82 different individuals, $8,000 for proctor's expenses, $1,000 for updates to the website, $3,000 for development and administration of exams, and $500 for certification certificates, $500, excuse me, for a total of $29,500 total over LBR. If there are no questions, I'll move adoption of strike call.
Are there any questions? Seeing no questions, the senator moves for adoption of the strike call. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed no. The ayes have it. Strike call is adopted. Senator Hobson.
New passage of House Bill 1372 by use of the morning roll call.
Senator requests use of morning roll call for final passage. Any senator object to this procedure? Does anyone wish to be recorded as voting no? Seeing none, please record all present by use of morning roll call as voting aye. The bill is passed. Senator Hobson.
Thank you. Ask that we go to item 32 on the calendar and have the title read, please.
Please read the title.
House Bill number 1373, appropriation, physical therapy board.
Senator Hobson.
Make the usual motion.
Senator Hobson makes the usual motion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed no. The ayes have it. Senator Hobson.
Move adoption of strike call. Ask to be recognized to explain.
You recognize to explain the strike call.
Thank you. Total amount for the Board of Physical Therapy is $310,684. Excuse me. That includes $1,967 for ITS, $540 for health insurance increases, and $389 of restoration of cuts related to salaries and contractual, for a total increase of $2,896. If no questions, I'll move adoption of the strike call.
Seeing no questions, Senator moves for adoption of the strike call. All in favor say aye. All opposed no. The ayes have it. Strike call is adopted. Senator Hobson.
Move passage of House Bill 1373 by use of the morning roll call.
Senator requests use of morning roll call for final passage. Any senator object to this procedure? Does anyone wish to be recorded as voting no? Seeing none, please record all present by use of morning roll call as voting aye. The bill is passed. Senator Hobson.
Ask that we go to item 33 on today's calendar and have the title read.
Please read the title.
House Bill number 1374, appropriation, psychology board of.
Make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed no. The ayes have it. Senator Hobson.
Move adoption of the strike call and ask to be allowed to explain.
You recognize to explain the strike call.
Thank you. Total amount for the Board of Psychology is $135,779. This includes a swap that we did for an additional pen, and we removed the same amount of money for contractuals. And I believe that was an attorney, as I recall, for. It's my apologies. This was an executive assistant. I'm thinking of another agency that had an attorney, but it was a swap, so no net change on the funding. The ITS charges were $1,505, and the total amount for the Magic billing through DFA was $437 for a total of $1,942 increase over LBR. No questions, I'll move adoption.
Seeing no questions, Senator moves for adoption of the strike call. All in favor say aye. All those no, the ayes have it. Strike call is adopted. Senator Hobson.
Thank you. I move passage of House Bill 1374 by use of the morning roll call.
Senator requests use of morning roll call for final passage. Any senator object to this procedure? Does anyone wish to be recorded as voting no? Seeing none, please record all present by use of morning roll call as voting aye. The bill has passed. Senator Hobson.
Ask we go to item 34 on today's calendar and have the title read.
Please read the title.
House Bill number 1368, Appropriation Social Workers and Marriage and Family Therapists Board of Examiners Board.
Usual motion.
Senator makes use of motion. All in favor say aye. All opposed say no. The ayes have it. Senator Hobson.
Move adoption of the strike call and ask the bill recognized to explain.
You're recognized to explain the strike call.
Thank you. The Board of Examiners for Social Workers, Marriage and Family Therapists, total budget is $262,519. This includes $584 of restorations of LBR cuts, $540 for health insurance, $713 for ITS charges, $10,630 of contractual cuts that have been made, other funds of $380 for contractual services for maintenance of a system, and then $1,270 for equipment that had been cut out of LBR, for a total of $14,117 increase over LBR. If no questions, I'll move adoption of the strike call.
Seeing no questions, Senator moves adoption of the strike call. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed no. The ayes have it. Strike call has been adopted.
Move passage 1368 by use of the morning roll call.
Senator requests use of the morning roll call for final passage. Anyone object to this procedure? Does anyone wish to be recorded as voting no? Seeing none, please record all present by the use of the morning roll call as voting aye. The bill is passed. Senator Hobson.
Thank you. I ask that we move to item 35 on today's calendar and have the title read.
Please read the title.
House Bill number 1365, Appropriation Athletic Commission.
Make the usual motion.
Senator makes use of motion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed no. The ayes have it. Senator Hobson.
Call, ask to be recognized to explain.
You're recognized to explain the strike call.
Thank you. The total amount for the Athletic Commission is $138,948. This is level funding. Move adoption of the strike call.
Are there any questions? Seeing no questions, the senator moves adoption of the strike call. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed no.
Move passage of 1365, final passage by use of the morning roll call.
Seeing no questions, the senator requests use more roll call, final passage. Does any senator object to this procedure? Does anyone wish to be recorded as voting no? Seeing none, please record all present by use of more roll call as voting aye. The bill is passed. Senator Hobson.
Move to House number 36 on today's calendar and have the title read, please.
Please read the title.
House Bill number 1376, Appropriation Auctioneers Commission.
I'll make the usual motion.
Senator makes use of motion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed nay. The ayes have it. Senator Hobson.
Move to adopt the strike call and ask to be recognized to explain.
You're recognized to explain the strike call.
Kathy Chisholm bill, the total amount is an increase of ITS at $44. The total amount is $117,462. Senator Chisholm, you any questions? On the strike call.
Senator, seeing no question, Senator moves adoption of the strike call. All in favor say aye. All opposed nay. The ayes have it. Senator Hobson.
Ask for morning roll call for final passage on House Bill 1376.
Senator requests use morning roll call for final passage. Does any senator object to this procedure? Does anyone wish to be recorded as voting no? Seeing none, please record all present by use of morning roll call as voting aye. The bill is passed. Senator Hobson.
Thank you. I ask that we move to item 37 on today's calendar and have the title read.
Please read the title.
House Bill number 1375, Appropriation Engineers and Land Surveyors Board of Registration for Professional.
Make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed nay. The ayes have it. Senator Hobson.
I'll move adoption of the strike call and ask to be recognized to explain.
You're recognized to explain the strike call.
Thank you. The total amount for the Board of Professional Engineers and Land Surveys is $19,227, which includes $5,750 of restoration of LBR cuts, $4,188 for travel increase, $226 for the Magic computer system, $2,774 for ITS services, $1,080 for health insurance increases, and $1,700 for increases in board meetings and for hearings. Total increase is $60,720. Yield for questions if there are none, and move adoption of the strike all.
Seeing no questions, Senator, request that we
Strike
adopt
all,
the strike all. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. Ayes have it. Senator Hobson.
Thank you. I ask that we go, I move for
Morning roll call.
final passage by use of the roll call on House Bill 1375.
Senator requests use morning roll call for final passage. Any senator object to this procedure? Does anyone wish to be recorded as voting no? Senator Hill wishes to be recorded as voting no. Anyone else wish to be recorded as voting no? Seeing none, please record all others present by use of morning roll call as voting aye. Bill's passed. Senator Hobson.
Thank you, Mr. President. I ask that we go to item 38 on the calendar and have the title read.
Please read the title.
House Bill number 1402, Appropriation Forces Board of Registration for.
Make the usual motion.
Senator makes your motion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. Ayes have it. Senator Hobson.
Move adoption of the strike all and ask to be recognized to explain.
You recognized to explain the strike call.
Thank you. Total amount for the Board of Registration for Foresters is $44,129. It includes $2,364 for the Magic system with DFA. Everything else is at LBR. Happy to yield to questions. If there are none, I move adoption of the strike call.
Seeing no questions, Senator moves adoption of the strike call. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. Ayes have it. The strike call has been adopted. Senator Hobson.
Thank you. Now I move for passage of House Bill 1402 by use of the morning roll call.
Senator requests use morning roll call for final passage. Any senator object to this procedure? Does anyone wish to be recorded as voting no? Seeing none, please record all present by use of morning roll call as voting aye. The bill has passed. Senator Hobson.
Thank you. I ask that we go to item 40 on today's calendar and have the title read.
Please read the title.
House Bill number 1397, Appropriation Public Utility Staff.
Make the usual motion.
Senator makes your usual motion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. Ayes have it. Senator Hobson.
Move adoption of strike call and ask to be recognized to explain.
You recognize to explain the strike call.
The reason I pulled, we're back on some general support bills. Those were all special funds that we just rolled through. Back on general support bills, this is the public utility staff. It does have general funding of $2,012,368, total funding of $2,387,368. Bring this to your attention only because it had an increase of $375,000 in special fund authority. You will recall that we passed a bill last year as it related to CARES Act distribution for broadband, and it included an audit portion that they would pay. So the fees for that amount are $300,000 that we paid to public utilities that will in turn use that for audit purposes on those CARES Act dollars. That's an explanation of the strike call. I'll be happy to yield the questions. If there are none, I move adoption of the strike call.
Seeing no questions, Senator moves adoption of the strike call. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. Ayes have it. The strike call has been adopted. Senator
Thank you. I
Hobson.
move passage of House Bill 1397 by use of the morning roll call.
Senator requests use of morning roll call for final passage. Does any senator object to this procedure? Does anyone wish to be recorded as voting no? Seeing none, please record all present by use of the morning roll call as voting aye. Senator Hobson, this bill is passed.
Move to item 41 on the calendar and have the title read.
Please read the title.
House Bill number 1411, Appropriation Veterans Home Purchase Board.
This is the, I'm sorry, make the
Makes
usual
your
motion.
motion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. Ayes have it. Senator Hobson.
Thank you, Mr. Ritt. Move adoption of the strike call. Ask to be recognized to explain.
You're recognized to explain the strike call.
This is another special fund agency, the Veterans Home Purchase Board. Total amount of funding is $49,356,055. It does include a reclassification of 7 pins for a total of $25,585. Fully funding all of the pins, which is $52,784. The Magic charges of $174, ITS charges of $4,173, and the health insurance increase of $4,860 for a total funding over LBR of $87,576. If no questions, I move adoption of the strike all.
Seeing no questions, Senator moves adoption of strike all. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes have it. Strike all is adopted. Senator Hobson.
I move passage of House Bill 1411 by use of the morning roll call.
Senator requests to use the morning roll call for final passage. Any senator object to this procedure? Does anyone wish to be recorded as voting no? Please record all present by use of the morning roll call as voting aye. Bill is passed. Senator Hobson.
Move to item 43 on today's calendar and have the title read, please.
Please read the title.
House Bill number 1403, Appropriation Forestry Commission.
Make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senator Hobson.
Move adoption of the strike all and ask to be recognized to explain.
You recognize to explain the strike call.
Thank you. Total funding, general support funding for the Forestry Commission is $13,717,193. Total of all funding is $25,707,837. This does have a reverse repeater. Going to conference, I think Senator McCon may have pulled this bill. I'll yield for questions. If there are none, I move adoption of the strike all.
Are there any questions? Seeing no questions, the senator moves for adoption of strike all. All in favor, say aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it. Strike all is adopted. Senator Hobson.
I move adoption of House Bill 1403 final passage by use of the morning roll call.
Senator requests use morning roll call for final passage. Anyone object to this procedure? Is anyone recorded as voting no? Seeing none, please record all present by use of morning roll call as voting aye. I'm sorry. What's he saying? Who voted?
Yeah, I looked at it this morning too. Just to go over some of the questions.
You go. Okay, please record Senator McConnell. He did wish to be recorded as voting present. Thank you. All right, now you're going to item 44.
Thank you. I'll go to item 47, I think, is our next item on today's calendar.
Read the title.
Yes.
Please read the title.
Well, let's make sure we're on track here. 47, our next in line.
Yes, 47.
I would ask the title be read then.
Call up item 47, House Bill 1391, ask the title be read.
House Bill number 1391, Appropriation, Reappropriation, DFA, Bureau of Building, Fiscal Year 21.
Senator Hobson.
Usual motion.
Senator makes usual motion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senator Hobson.
Thank you. I would, actually, this is not a strike call. So what I would like to do, this is the a reappropriation bill for the Bureau of Buildings. It includes several projects around the state, both the ones that are run by through DFA and also IHL and community colleges and maybe others. My Vice Chair, Senator Polk, handled this bill and also has an amendment. So if there are no questions, I ask that the President recognize Senator Polk to address the Senate.
Senator Polk, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to amend this bill to include a reverse repealer. Senator Hobson asked me to look into how many different items we have that we continue to reappropriate, and there's 125 items that are still in this list, and many of them could be removed. So we'd like to give us some time to look at these and see which way we might could clean this up a little bit. So I'd ask you to vote for the amendment.
Are there any questions on the amendment? Senator, do you wish to speak? All in favor of the amendment say aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it. The amendment's adopted. Thank you, Senator Polk. Senator Hobson.
Thank you. If no further questions, I would move adoption of House Bill 1391 by use of the morning roll call. Final passage.
Senator requests use of morning roll call, final passage. Any senator object to this procedure? Anyone wish to be recorded as voting no? Seeing none, please record all present by use of morning roll call as voting aye. The bill is passed. Senator Hobson.
Thank you, Mr. President. I ask that we go to item 50 on today's calendar and have the title read.
Please read the title.
House Bill number 1414, Appropriation Additional for Various State Agencies for Fiscal Year 2021.
Make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senator Hobson.
Thank you, Mr. President. Move adoption of the strike all and ask to be recognized to explain.
You're recognized to explain the strike all.
I've got an amendment forthcoming, but let me go through this one more time. This is a deficit bill. We've covered a lot of this already. Certainly, if you're on the Appropriations Committee, you've heard this at least twice, some of these items, but I just want to go back through them again. This is many sections that deal with deficits that we would take care of before the end of this fiscal year. The total amount of all funding is $224,872,825. Capital expense funds represents a very small portion of it, and I'll identify those areas, but that's $3,425,664. Section 1 deals with the Attorney General settlements. We've talked about those before, and those are all the settlements that they have. And Section 2 also deals with the Attorney General's office, and this is for use of funds, $355,000 of funds that would be available from the beginning of next year through December, next fiscal year, July 1 through December 31, 2021 for expenses of legal fees and expenses related to cases of people representing the state. So this will pay our expenses. The next 4 sections, we talked about corrections many times, but those are zeroed out at this point, but they're to cover medical, local, regional, and private prison issues. Section 7 deals with the trooper school that the Department of Public Safety would put in place. That's $1,522,743 of capital expense funds. Section 8 is the VA board operational expenditures. They're going to need some money. I think what I would like to do is see how this CARES Act money, or not CARES Act, but the latest rescue plan money comes out, because that may have some bearing on what we end up doing for Veterans Affairs Board. Also, there's money, again, zeroed out. The Wireless Communications Commission has some contractual arrangements that we need to look at, but we need to find out exactly what's really needed there. There's $20 million of special funds in here for the Department of Mental Health, and they've got a few things. First of all, $10 million for a block grant, substance abuse block grant, and then another $10 million. This is all spending authority for funds that they have received for infrastructure and continued operations. There's $700,000 in the for ITS for providing services to support state agencies. That's all special funds. I've been over the CARES Act dollars for the Secretary of State, Department of Ag and Commerce, and DFA. They want special fund authority. That's some CARES Act funding that came in. The amount for Secretary of State is $267,479. The amount for Ag and Commerce is $76,120, and DFA, it's $124,370. Again, these are funds that have been distributed. We just have not given them the authority to spend. The new one on here is Department of Revenue, which again, same situation, but they need special fund authority of $554,193. I mentioned Medicaid before. That's a big one. That's just spending authority of the special funds that they've received related to the FMAP change, and that's $199,710,000. The Board of Animal Health has got $15,000 of special fund spending authority related to a grant that they received for disease control on purchasing some equipment. And then we've got finally zeroed out, but looking at something for the Medical Licensure Board, special funding for some of their agency operations, and I just need more information on that. This does include a reverse repealer, so it will be going to conference, and I will yield for questions before we take up the amendment.
Are there any questions before the amendment? If not, then please offer the amendment. Senator Hill, did you have a question?
I do have a question.
You yield, Senator Hill. Yes.
I yield for Senator Hill.
Do you have a total on that, on all those? Because I couldn't find a total in that bill. Maybe I overlooked it.
A total number of everything? Yes, the total amount of all funds to be paid is $224,872,825, but $221,447,161 is special funds. The bulk of it's the Medicaid spending authority. You know, the FMAP change has allowed the federal funds to come in, and we've got to give them the authority to spend that money. But then the other big chunk of that is $20 million to the Department of Mental Health.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, we need the amendment now. At this time, who's offering the
If there
amendment?
are no other questions, the amendment,
Who? Senator Parker,
Question, Mr. President.
you yield, Senator Parker?
I yield.
I think this is the last appropriation bill we'll be taking up today. I'm not sure if it's the appropriate time for this question. I just want to kind of hit on this. I know during the appropriation process, there was some mention that was made to legislative services and what we're kind of doing here as far as our expenses, and some of those that we anticipate may be coming up this year with the fact that we possibly could be able to travel. We might be able to do some things that we haven't been able to do. I'm not sure if it's within this deficit appropriation bill or if it was in something we passed over before, but has that issue been brought to your attention to date of some of those extra needs we might need in the budget for our chamber?
The issue has been brought to my attention. I cannot recall if it's been brought up as something that needed to be covered in this fiscal year between now and the end of June. If we need to have a discussion on that, you're on the Rules Committee, and if some of that's being discussed, then we definitely need to cover that before we get out of here. But I mean, I've heard for sure that you know, there's some things going on with legislative operations, you know, one of which we got redistricting coming up. And so I know there's going to need to be some extra money put in for that, for meetings and travel. I don't know how that's going to be worked out this year, but I know 10 years ago, it included meetings in different parts of the state to go over the process. And there may be, you know, this could be a more hectic year. Certainly last year, we didn't travel much, if any, because of the pandemic. But I think hopefully as things open up, there will be opportunities.
And I will try to get you a solid answer on any deficit appropriation we might have for this year, in addition to what the needs would be for next calendar year. So another thing, just want to make sure as you're finishing up your work on appropriations, one last thing to bring to your attention.
Yeah, and this does have a reverse repeat in it, so this will be going to conference, this deficit bill. And I think we've still got two, well, I take that back. I think we've got two left, because I think we've taken up 3 deficit bills. The first bill, I believe, is already passed into the governor. I think he's already signed it. And we've got 2 more pending. I know this one. Well, I'm told that 1 died on the House side. So this will be the last.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Yep. Thank you, Senator Parker.
Seeing no further questions, Senator Hobson, we need to adopt an amendment before we adopt.
I'll move adoption of strike all.
Do you have an amendment?
Oh, I'm sorry.
You have an amendment
up on the screen. Move adoption. The amendment, let me explain the amendment. There are 2 changes. If you look at line 32, you'll see that it says $31,499. That should be $31,449. And then line 85 should be $5,000 instead of $35,000, and that would, does that change? And those are the amendments that are proposed. If there are any questions, I will yield. If none, I move adoption of the amendment.
Seeing no questions, the senator moves adoption of the amendment. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes have it. The amendment's adopted. Now we'll go to the strike all.
Move adoption of the strike all as amended.
Senator moves to adoption of the strike all as amended. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes have it. The strike all is adopted.
Move for final passage of House Bill 1414 by use of the morning roll call.
Yeah. Senator requests use of morning roll call for final passage. Does any senator object to this procedure? Does anyone wish to be recorded as voting no? Senator Chazanal, Senator Thomas. What did he say? I'm sorry, get your microphone, Senator Thomas.
Mr. President, I would like to be shown as voting aye. I'm sorry, voting present.
Present, there you go. Record Senator Thomas is voting present. Anyone else? Senator Hill as present. Anyone else? Okay, please record, seeing no others, please record all others present by use of roll call as voting aye. Would you read those out, though, so that we'll make sure that we didn't make a mistake?
Voting no is Chazanall. Voting present, Thomas and Hill.
Okay, the bill has passed. Now, I think it's about lunchtime. What do you guys think? So, Senator Blackwell.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the Senate stand in recess till 1:30 today.
Motion is we stand in recess till 1:30 today. All in favor say aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senate stands in recess till 1:30.
Call the Senate to order. Senator Harkins, you're recognized. We're on 51.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to go to item 51 and have the title read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
House Bill number 1296, Historic Property Income Tax Credit, revised certain provisions regarding.
I make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would move we adopt the strike-all and recognize Senator Johnson to explain the strike-all.
Senator Johnson, you're recognized to explain the strike-all.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. House Bill 1296 deals with the historic income tax credits. The things that this bill does, it eliminates the current prohibition on single-family dwellings, which would allow owner-occupied private residences to be eligible for the tax credit. It also changes from a fiscal year to a calendar year. This is the only tax credit that's currently under a fiscal year, and it'll put it in line with the rest of the tax credits. This bill also gets us in line with the federal historic tax credit guidelines, putting a cap of 60 months to get the changes done to the property and put it into service. It also allows for the tax credits to be sold or transferred. This will be new. Currently, we have it where you can use them up to 10 years, or you can trade them into the state for 75 cents on the dollar over a 2-year period. Another thing that this bill does is it removes the cap on projects under $3 million. Currently, there's a $12 million cap on all projects being done. That's getting eat up quickly by larger projects, so a lot of smaller projects are not getting complete. This bill would remove the cap on any projects under $3 million. And another big change for banks. So we have currently, if the tax credits are used up in a fiscal year, when you apply and your project is complete, it doesn't roll over. So you would just lose out on the ability to get that tax credit. So people who on the front end of their projects try to get bank financing, they're unable to get the bank doesn't have confidence that the credit will be available to that builder or person who is doing the work when the job is complete. And this will allow for them to roll over to a following year, and it won't expire for them, which will allow them to also get better financing for projects. And we, in committee, put a reverse repealer in here so that we can review this more in conference. And if there's I yield for questions on the strike-all.
Questions on the strike-all. Senator Polk, you're recognized. For what purpose?
A question, Mr.
Are
President.
you for a question, Senator?
Yes, sir.
Please proceed, Senator Polk.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As I quickly read this, it looks like one of the big caveats in this is that this starts allowing the sale of tax credits to other people. Am I understanding that correctly?
That's correct. It does. Yes, sir. Both the Senate version that we passed and this version has that language.
Okay. And these tax credits, let's say if I had a $20 million tax credit, I could sell it for any amount I wanted to. That would be up to between the two buyers and sellers.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
All right, thank you.
Other questions? Other questions? Seeing none, we're ready on your motion. Senator, on the strike-all.
Move adoption of the strike-all.
Senators, move for adoption of the strike-all. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed? Ayes have it. We're on the bill.
Move passage by use of the morning roll call.
Use of morning roll call has been requested. Anyone object to the procedure? Wish to be recorded as voting no. Present? Seeing none, the bill passes by use of the morning roll call. Senator Harkins, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to go to item 52, House Bill 1297, and have the title read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
House Bill number 1297, bond authorize the issuance for the Water Pollution Control Revolving Fund.
Make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed, Senator.
I'd like to be recognized to explain the strike-all.
You're recognized to explain the strike-all.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is a bond housing issuance. In this bill, it's $2,870,000 for the Water Pollution Controlling Revolving Fund. This is just a vehicle there that we are going to keep alive. It's got a reverse repealer in it to keep alive an opportunity for a final bill. So that is an explanation of the bill. If there are any questions, I move adoption of the amendment.
Questions on the bill. Senator Hill, for what purpose you seek recognition?
I do have a question.
Question, will you yield for a question,
I
Senator?
do.
Is this typically used by DEQ or,
Yes, it is.
but it's not grants to like the rest of the state? It's typically just used by DEQ?
It's administered by DEQ, and it is for kind of a revolving fund, loan fund for localities and municipalities to do water pollution projects.
So it would typically be like bodies of water and not drinking water, or?
Pollution, sewer, stuff
So
like that.
DEQ would have the authority to basically sub-grant that or clean up or wherever that they,
And this usually, last year was in the big omnibus bond bill. We just, it's a vehicle to keep alive. Just, we want to make sure
Thank
we
you.
have plenty of options out there for
Thank
us
you.
at the end of the session. Thank you.
Other questions? Ready for your motion on the strike all, Senator?
Move adoption of the strike all.
Senators move for adoption of the strike all. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed, Senator.
If no further questions, I move passage on the morning roll call.
Senators requested passage on the morning roll call. Anyone object to the procedure? Anyone wish to be recorded as voting no? No. Hill. Anyone else? Anyone else? Present? Seymour? No. Hill? No. Seymour? No. Anyone else? Anyone else? Seeing none, the bill passes by use of the morning roll call with two exceptions, Mr. Clerk. Item 53, Senator, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to go to item 53, House Bill 1420, and have the title read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
House Bill number 1420, ad valorem tax exempt property of certain not-for-profit corporations used to provide swimming lessons and training.
I make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed, Senator.
I'd like to be recognized to explain the strike all.
You're recognized to explain the strike all.
Ladies and gentlemen, this bill kind of has a look and feel of a local and private legislation, but the Constitution requires all tax exemptions, even tax exemption of local taxes, be put in the bill process rather than local and private. And Briarwood Pool is a pool located in Jackson that was owned by the Jackson YMCA. The YMCA filed for bankruptcy, and the community formed a 501c3, Friends of the Briarwood Pool, which purchased the property out of bankruptcy so not to have dilapidated and dangerous property in their community. The 501c3 now owns and operates the pool for families at a very low summer-only membership cost for families who may not otherwise have access to swimming activity for their family. It also gives access to the pool at no charge to the Boy Scouts for their swimming and lifeguard merit badge activity, as well as the Jackson Public Schools for any swim team type activities for the public schools who do not otherwise have access to a pool. They applied for ad valorem tax exemption with Hinds County as a 501c3, and the tax collector ruled that the code currently does not allow for the property tax exemption of community pools. So they are asking for legislative relief from that. We did have a unanimous resolution from the Hinds County Board of Supervisors to do that, and that's what this bill does. If there are no questions, I'll yield for any questions right now.
Questions on the bill? Questions on the bill? Seeing none, Senator, we're ready for your motion on the strike all.
All right. My motion is we adopt the strike all.
Senators move for adoption of strike all. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed, Senator.
No further questions. Move passage on the morning roll call.
Use of morning roll call has been requested. Anyone object to the procedure? Anyone wish to be recorded as voting no? No. Present? Present. Seeing none, bill passes by use of the morning roll call. We move to item 54 on the calendar, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to go to item 54, House Bill 1446, and have the title read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
House Bill number 1446, income tax, allow deduction for back to business Mississippi grant program eligible expenses.
Make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it.
Thank you, Mr. President. Ladies and gentlemen, this is a bill that is trying to conform our back-to-business deductions from our grant program last year. We made legislation last year that did not allow for the revenue to be taxable, and so what this does is conforming to the federal guidelines that does not allow the expenses to be double dipped is what we said last year, but actually the federal guidelines is allowing those expenses to be itemized. And so what this does is does the same thing on the state level. It allows the business expenses that were paid for by the Back to Business grant proceeds to be itemized on your state taxes. That is the explanation of the bill, and I do have 2 amendments at the proper time.
Okay, questions on the bill? Senator Hill, for what purpose you seek?
Question.
You yield for a question, Senator?
I do.
Please
So
proceed.
this allows them to itemize those expenditures that were paid for by the grant?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Okay, we're ready for your amendments.
The first amendment is amending on line 48, striking January 1, 2021, and inserting May 20th, 2020 in the bill.
Any questions on the amendment? Is it on the screen? It's on the screen. Any questions on the amendment?
If there are no questions, I move adoption of the amendment.
Senators move for adoption of the amendment. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed to the second amendment.
Second amendment is a reverse repealer. There are a couple other items that we need to verify that have, I think, the EIDL loans that were made last year. It doesn't speak to those, so I think there's some language that needs to be added to make sure we wrap all these grants up in one bill. So that's the reason for the reverse repealers that can go to conference and make sure we have all the appropriate language. If there are no questions, I move adoption of the amendment.
Questions? Seeing none, senators move for adoption of the amendment. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senator, we're on the bill as amended twice.
If there are no questions, I move final passage of the bill as amended on the morning roll call.
Senator has moved for final passage based on the morning roll call. Anyone object to the procedure? Anyone wish to record as voting no? Present? Present. Suber? Tate? Anyone else? Anyone else? Okay, seeing none, the bill passes with the 2 exceptions of presence of the 2 senators. We're back to item 55, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to go to item 55, House Bill number 1351. I have the title read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
House Bill number 1351, bonds increase amount that may be issued for the local governments and rural water systems improvements revolving loan fund.
I make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed.
I'd like to be recognized to explain the strike all.
You're recognized to explain the strike all, Senator.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is a bond bill for the local government and rural water system improvement revolving loan fund. This, in the legislation right now, it has about $3.2 million of new bond proceeds to go to these uses, and it also has a reverse repealer to take it to conference to make sure we have a vehicle alive in the end. So that's the explanation of this bond. It usually was, last year it was wrapped into the omnibus tax bill, but we wanted to make sure that this specifically was up, considering some of the issues we have across the state.
Okay.
That's the explanation of the strike all. If there are no questions, move adoption of the strike all.
Questions? Seeing no questions, senators move for adoption of the strike all. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. We're ready on the motion, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President. No further questions. I move adoption of the bill on the morning roll call.
Senators move for adoption on the morning roll call. Anyone object to the procedure?
Final passage.
Anybody wish to be recorded as voting no? Present? Seeing none, the bill passes by use of the morning roll call. You're recognized, Senator 56.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to go to item 56, House Bill 1356, and have the title read.
Please read the title, Mr. Clerk.
House Bill number 1356, income tax and sales tax revised deduction for depreciation exempt sales of certain aircraft.
Make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed, Senator.
I'd like to recognize Senator Boyd to explain the strike all.
You're recognized to explain the strike all, Senator.
The strike all, this bill has to do with the depreciation of airline aircraft, equipment, engines, parts, and all of that. What the bill proposes to do is it seeks to align the depreciation values up with new regulations that were passed by the feds in late 2020. So if there's no further questions on this, I'd move for passage of the strike-all be adopted.
Okay. Questions? Question, Senator Polk, you're recognized for what purpose?
Question.
Were you for a question, Senator? Senator Boyd?
Yes.
Yeah, the answer is yes.
Thank you, Mr.
Senator,
President.
You're recognized,
Thank you,
Senator
Senator.
Polk.
Is there any particular reason that aircraft is the only equipment that is in this bill instead of other items that may have been overlooked?
This was, this is a House bill, and it was brought to them by a constituent who, this was new regulations passed in October of 2020 that were just, these federal regulations just had to do with aircraft and machinery and parts having to do with aircraft. So that's why it's very specific as far as that goes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Senator Polk. Any other questions? Any other questions? Seeing none, Senator's made a motion for adoption of the strike. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senator, we're ready on the bill.
Mr. Chairman, I move for final passage on the morning roll call.
Senator's requested final passage of the morning roll call. Anyone object to procedure? We should be recorded as voting no. Blunt. Anyone else? Anyone else? Seeing none, the bill passed by use of the morning roll call with exception of Senator Blunt. All right, Senator, we're on local and private. Senator McMahon? Pass. Items 57 through 70 retain their place upon the calendar. Motion to reconsider. Senator Carter. Okay, Senator Carter passes on 71. Senator Hobson for concurrence or non-concurrence, calendar 72. 71 retains his place on the calendar. Senator Hobson passes on 72. 73. We go to 74. Senator Polk passes. 75. Senator Hobson passes. Chairman Bryan passes on 76. Senator Parks. Senator Parks is recognized. The others retain their place on the calendar. We're on 77.
Thank you, Mr. President. Call up item 77. Ask the title be read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Senate Bill number 2313, Mississippi Intercollegiate Athletics and Compensation Rights Act, allow athletes to be compensated for name, image, and likeness.
Move do not concur and invite conference.
Motion is not to concur and invite conference. All in favor signify by saying aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it, Senator. Thank you. All right. Chairman Bryan skips 78, 79, 80, 81, and 82. We go back to Chairman Harkins. Chairman Harkins. And pass on 83, 84, 85, excuse me, 86, 87, 88. Next, Chairman Seymour. Pass. Chairman Moran. Chairman Moran is recognized. The items retain their place on the calendar prior to item 90, and we're on item 90.
Thank you, Mr. President. Ask item 90, pull that up and has title be read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Senate Bill number 2392, County Port and Harbor Commission provide for holdover of appointees.
I move that we concur.
Motion to concur.
I'd like to explain the bill.
Please proceed.
Oh, he did? I didn't hear him, I'm sorry. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, this is a simple bill that we've talked about in here a couple of different times, both the Senate and the House version. This is the bill that the County Port and Harbor Commission, which is in Hancock County, provide for holdover appointees for the Ports and Marine, through the Ports and Marines. What this does is that in the event of every time there's an election cycle, every 4 years, if there's new appointees by the governor or so forth, the new ones are put in place. Sometimes there's a month or so they're waiting to get bonded. And what we ran into, the problem was that during that time frame, the old ones had already gone home, the new ones were waiting to be bonded, and they didn't have enough for a quorum. What this says is that the old ones can stay on for that month or so till the new ones get bonded so that they can at least have a quorum, because this is a major entity in the county and it creates such a problem. And it's something that only occurs once every 4 years, but we're trying to alleviate this between now and 2 years from now when this happens again through the new election cycle. And that's basically all this bill does. Any questions?
Questions on the bill? Senator McMahon, you're recognized for what purpose?
I rise for a question.
Will you yield for a question,
Yes.
Senator? Please proceed, Senator McMahon.
I'm just trying to understand. So you need the old board members to be left on the board for the bonding of the new board members and not bonding of public money?
No.
Just for the board members?
The new board members.
Okay, thank you.
That's simply all it does.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions? If not, I move by passage of the morning roll call.
Question, Senator Younger, you're recognized for what purpose?
Question, please.
Will you yield for a question, Senator?
I might, yes.
Senator Younger, you're recognized.
I missed part of that. Would you mind repeating some of that you just said, please?
I hear you. There are no further questions. I move for passage of the morning roll call.
This is no further questions. Seeing none, the chairman has moved for passage to concur by use of the morning roll call. Anyone object to the procedure? Wish to be recorded as voting no. Present. Seeing none, the bill passes by use of the morning roll call. Thank you, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Chairman Harkins, passed 91. Chairman Polk is recognized for 92. We're on 91, retains its place upon the calendar. '92. Pass on 92? Pass on 92. Chairman Harkins, 93 and pass 93 and 94. Chairman Polk on 95.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to call up item 95 and ask the title be read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Senate Bill number 2824, state agencies require annual reporting of pass-through money from line item appropriation by the legislature.
Mr. President, I move that we not concur and invite conference.
Motion is not to concur and invite conference. Yeah. All in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it, Senator. Chairman Branning, item number 96.
I'd like to call that item up, have the title read, please.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Senate Bill number 2825, Mississippi Transportation Infrastructure Investment Act of 2021, create.
The motion is that we not invite conference.
Questions? Seeing none, the motion is to decline to confer and invite conference. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Thank you, Senator Branning. Next, we go to 97 on the calendar, Senator Polk. Senator Polk passes. Chairman Harkins, 98 through 102 pass. Senator Hobson, pass 103 on appropriations through 155. All of those retain their place on the calendar. Chairman Bryan passes 156. We're now in conference general bills. Number 157, 158, we have not named conferees. Not named conferees all the way down to 178 retain their place on the calendar, and the chair would greatly appreciate if the chairman would provide the list of conferees to me this afternoon. So please send me the conferees this afternoon. Okay, now we're on to items 179. 179, that would be Senator Polk. Pass. 180, pass. 181, pass. Senator Kaufman is recognized. We're on 182.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to call item 182, Senate nomination number 37, and have the title read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Senate nomination number 37, Vicki Lynn Bryant, Blackwell, South Haven, Mississippi, Mississippi Real Estate Commission as a real estate broker. Term effective February 16, 2021, and ending June 30, 2021. Representing the 1st Congressional District, Vice Alvin A. Gillis.
Ms. Blackwell appeared before our committee. She was in compliance of her peer report. There were no red flags. She passed unanimous in the committee, and we advised and consent, and that's my motion now that we do advise and consent.
Advise and consent has been made. Senator Wiggins, for what purpose you seek recognition?
Are we familiar with who she's married to, Senator?
We are. You know, that I knew that he had outpunted his coverage, but once I met her, that I realized he really outpunted his coverage.
Okay. And you still advised and consented on that?
And I still advise and consent, yeah.
And we don't have any concerns about her dealing with marijuana or anything like that, do we?
Let's hope not.
That's what I thought. Okay, just checking. Thank you.
Senator Parker, you're recognized for what purpose? He passes. Okay, on 182, we're ready for the motion.
The motion is to advise and consent.
On the morning roll call, anyone object to the procedure? Anyone wish to record as voting no? I don't recognize who that is. Senator Blackwell votes present. By use of morning roll call, motion passes with Senator Blackwell voting present. Okay, now 183, Senator.
Yeah, I'd like to call item 183 up, have Senate nomination number 38, the title read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Senate nomination number 38, Vicki Lynn Bryant, Blackwell, South Haven, Mississippi, Mississippi Real Estate Commission as a real estate broker. 4-year term beginning July 1st, 2021 and ending June 30th, 2025, representing the 1st Congressional District.
Yeah, and the first one there, Ms. Blackwell was going to be finishing out the term to June 30th, 2021. With this nomination, she will have the 4-year term beginning July 1st, 2021 and ending June 30th, 2025. Again, I would make the motion that we do advise and consent.
Any questions? Seeing none, the Senator's request to advise and consent by use of the morning roll call. Anyone object to the procedure? Wish to be recorded as voting no? Present. Senator Blackwell present. Bill passes, the nomination passes with the exception of Senator Blackwell voting present. 184, sir.
Thank you, Mr. President. Yes, I'd like to call up item 184, Senate nomination number 46, have the title read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Senate nomination number 46, Tracy Kobe Wofford, MAL-AI-GRS, Original Mississippi, Mississippi Real Estate Appraisal Licensing and Certification Board, to represent the state at large, 4-year term beginning January 1st, 2022 and ending December 31st, 2025.
Yeah, Ms. Wofford appeared before our committee. Again, her report, everything was in compliance. There were no red flags. She also passed unanimous out of the committee. So I do make the motion that we advise and consent.
Questions on the nomination? Seeing none, the Senator's made motion to advise and consent by use of the morning roll call. Anyone object to the procedure? Wish to be recorded as voting no? Present? Seeing none, thank you, Senator. Nomination passes, advise and consent by use of the morning roll call. No exceptions. Chairman Blunt. Chairman Blunt. Pass on 185. Chairman Branning. Chairman Branning is recognized 185 and retains his place on the calendar. And we go to 186.
I'd like to go to number 186 on today's calendar. Called up, have the title read, please.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
House Bill number 628, Highway Privilege Tax, add a gross vehicle weight category for carriers with additional tax.
Make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed, Senator.
House Bill number 628 was requested by the Mississippi Loggers Association, and this simply will give individuals with a harvest permit the ability to purchase an additional tag that has the letters HP on it. And this is really important for those that do haul into other states. It won't affect all people in the logging industry, but just those that specifically haul, mainly into Alabama, a few into Louisiana. It does not affect weight limits at all. It just gives them the option for the additional tag, and you'll see those important changes on lines 52 through 56 in the bill. I am happy to yield for questions.
Any questions? Senator Blackman, you're recognized for what purpose?
A question.
Senator, will you yield for a question?
Yes.
Senator Blackman, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Now, you said that it will not affect the weights.
That's correct, Senator. It will not affect the amount of weight that can be hauled. This is just using current law. It does affect current law on weights, that is. It does create an additional weight category that you will see on line 51. And as you know, the current weight limits under the harvest permit are already 84,000. So that's why you see an additional category provided here for those that want to buy this tag. It shows the amount of money they'll have to spend to do so.
Okay, so then why does it say from 80,000 pounds to 84,000 pounds?
Because that's the harvest permit language that's current law. So under current law, in order to get a harvest permit, it's just the permit that they received from the Department of Transportation. They don't actually have a tag that's available. And that's the purpose of the bill, is to give them a tag that is available so that when they travel to other states, it's obvious that they are operating under our harvest permit law. And there's reciprocal agreements with the surrounding states, and it helps to facilitate them hauling into those other areas.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Blackman. Other questions? Other questions? Seeing none, we're ready for your motion, Senator.
Final passage on the morning roll call.
Senator's requested final passage on the morning roll call. Anyone object to the procedure? We wish to be recorded as voting no. Present? Seeing none?
Blackman, no.
Blackman, no? Is that correct? Turner Ford, no? Present. Turner Ford, no, present, please, Mr. Clerk. Blackman is no. Anyone else? Anyone else? Seeing none, with the ones recorded, 2 senators recorded as present and 1 no, one present, 1 no, bill passes by use of the morning roll call. Chairman Branning, thank you. We go back. Anyone want to bring up anything on the calendar? On the calendar. Seeing none, we'll go to announcements. Announcements. Senator Carter, you're recognized for an announcement.
Thank you, Mr. President. Adjourn to memory.
Please proceed.
When the Senate adjourns today, I ask that we adjourn in memory of Emily Weber from Gulfport. She lost her life unexpectedly. Wonderful person, tremendous loss. And I ask that we adjourn to her memory today.
Thank you, Senator Carter. Senator McMahon.
Mr. President, tomorrow, local and private will meet at 1 p.m. in room 409.
1 p.m., 409, Mr. Clerk. Anyone else on announcements? Anyone else? Senator Whaley, you're recognized for an announcement.
An adjourning member, please.
Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. President. Today, when the Senate adjourns, I'd ask that we do so in honor of a young man from Potts Camp named Tucker Good.
Tucker Good. Mr. Clerk. Other announcements. Senator Chisholm, you're recognized for an announcement.
Adjourn in memory.
Please proceed.
When we adjourn today, please adjourn in memory of my nephew, Paxton Jordan, 18 years of age.
Thank you, Senator. Okay, other announcements. Senator Barnett.
Thank you, Mr. President. Adjourn in memory.
Please proceed.
Today, when we adjourn, I'd like to adjourn in memory of Mr. Ulysses Jones and Mr. Jesse Vaughn, and also Mr. Oscar Bunch.
Oscar Bunch, Mr. Clerk. Okay, other announcements. Other announcements. Seeing none, Ms. Clerk, would you please read the announcements, please? We have one, I think.
Local and private will meet at room 409 on Wednesday at 1 p.m.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. The chair would remind everyone again, we are naming the conferees. Please get those to me today so that we can accelerate that process. I look forward to hearing from every chairman. Okay, Senator Blackwell, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the Senate stand in recess until 5 p.m. today, at which time the Journal will reflect we are adjourned until 10 a.m. tomorrow morning.
Heard the motion. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. We stand in recess.